Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Wednesday, November the 19th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. We're going to say a couple of yeses and let me know you guys can hear me, see my screen. And if somebody in YouTube can do the same, and Pepe, if you were around, thank you for showing me how to get rid of that portrait, presentation in streaming. All right, guys, what is happening? SEM. Now this is a buyout, okay? SEMR is a buyout after a deal to be bought by Adobe. Okay, so that is SEMrush. That is why I'm not going to talk about it too much. But there is imagine waking up to this. If you were one of those shareholders, of course, you could have been a shareholder way up here and just thinking, "Man, my money's gone, dead." Anyway, you wake up to this with a little 74% gain. KZIA trading higher after the company reported initial immune complete response. So it's a drug. I don't know what phase it is, but KZIA. William, I want to interrupt myself here. AGIO. This is the disaster so far. AGIO. It said, yeah, misses some endpoint. So I don't know what else they do. I don't know if you had a. Thank you, Mr. OP, OP, Open Ion. I guess it's sort of opinion. This is in our YouTube room. Yeah. So yeah, this is sort of the disaster du jour for the bio. Carve is delisting themselves. That's why this one is down. CARV is down, delisting themselves. But Agio had a tremendous bounce already. It was down to 20 and it popped right back up to 25. It is coming back down again. EPWK trading higher. The company announced achievements of its three strategic segments. Okay. I always love these press releases. So the next high looking left is around 266. So there is room to get up to this morning. Got up to pre-market 239. You look left on the daily chart, the next high is 262. I do see that the nukes are alive this morning. Boy, they've come a long way down, haven't they? I mean, look at NNE, $60, basically cut in half. There's NNE, SMR. I'm sure there's some OKLO. They're getting a little bit of traction, but for how long? Is Target really? I didn't see Target. Target is an earnings. Yeah, it is an earnings play. I do see it now in my earnings column. Yeah, Target's an earnings play down 3.5%. TGT. Let's see now. Coming into perhaps, I mean, there's a low right there. 85.36 is that low, so it's approaching that low, and it's the same one. I think that is a yeah, that is a weekly low of 6 weeks ago. So if it took that out, yeah, that'd be pretty that'd be a big blow, I think. Let me just take a look on a weekly chart to see where else. Yeah, that'd be a big drop, a big area to get through. Just going back now, 2022, 3 years ago. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to go back any further. Yeah, if it takes this out here, and it's not that far away, 85.40, 85.31, wouldn't look too good. Interesting first reaction to earnings, got up to 92. I don't know how many shares were actually bought at 92, but then right back down to 85. Remember, guys, just rearranging something. Okay, guys, cheap one on the move here. FRGT, Great Technologies, cheap one on the move. Big volume just came in. Look at that volume. Look at the volume coming in. And their news launching commercially launches Zaren AI pricing prediction tool. Okay, underneath the dollar still, barely. Where this one was up not that long ago in April, uh, almost $14. I remember this day. I remember this week. Lazy Boy is an earnings play, guys. LZB, boy, that's a big move. Look at this move on the daily chart ahead of earnings. You know, you could not have predicted that. So look at this. So the next high looking left is 33.48. So not that far away. We could check that out. Yeah, so it's got that to contend with, and maybe so it. I don't know. This looks to me like we could be maybe able to short a top, depending what the market does. Looks to me like it could be coming into some resistance, not that far away for LZB. Not a big float, 40 million in the float. Not low, but not high. Hmm. So that's Lazy Boy, LZB. QFIN. QFIN is also an earnings play out of China, and this is down 13%. Big move, 135 million in the float. All right, so William has done this little analysis, not a little, you've done your extensive analysis on AGIO. Back of the envelope, 22.15 a share. Wow, so it's really the kind of where you think. Huh, okay, cool. Well, it did hit 20. I think it got right down to $20. Yeah, about 2012. It got down to 2012. Yeah, what is the SPY going to do today, guys? So again, the market was rocked again yesterday. That was down 500. There was a little recovery at the end of the day, but and then look at this. Then we had a sell off, a little sell off because the SPY was still down 5 points, 5.5 points. These were down 7. And of course, today's the day, guys. I know you're not going to be around, William, but today's the day. NVDA. NVIDIA will have a massive effect to see what's going to happen going forward. This market, they account for 7% of the S&P 500. So NVIDIA releases earnings after hours today, guys. And a good day to you, Ozzy. Let's see now. What else? Just some of these. And I mentioned TMC. Well, it's up 12%. I think the big deal about this one is if it can get through 622, the next high is up here at 7. So put a price alert there, just see if it happens. I'm not saying just immediately take it. 627 actually is the high. I'm going to put a price alert around 624. See if it gets close. Ceva, CEVA, where are you? And Maybe it's recovered a little bit. I think they finally announced a financing. Oh, that's why it's only down 4.7%. The lowest here is 7.7. So they're saying see the stock stabilizes after the $59 million stock offering price at 2029. No, sorry. Hmm. I don't see the price. I don't see the financing price. Okay, guys. Let's see. Anything else happening? I haven't looked at all the top 15 here. This RDW. I think it had news also. Yes, it won a $44 million DARPA contract. There's your acronym for it, the Defense Advanced Research, etc. So a DARPA contract, $44 million DARPA contract. It's a big float, 122 million in the float. Next high looking left is getting very close. So $6 or so is the next high looking left, so it's very close to that. It did pop above it in the pre-market, 625, but it got up to this level right up here. But you know what? After yesterday and the day before, and really for the last couple of weeks, I'm really just going to pay attention to my the gappers in that scan, the gap continuation or reversal. I find it just gives me a really nice watch list for the day. Don't need too many to look at, and nothing happens in that one until 9:45, and that is by design. So looking at that agio, kind of flatlining a little bit here underneath the VWAP. This is shortable for me. 500, 500, a little over 500,000 shares available. Interactive brokers. It is shortable for me. So this is, reports mixed results in a late stage study for sickle cell disease drug. Come on, market. Looks like it's going to go. We're only up a little bit from yesterday's close. Boy, don't hear too much about fuel cell, FCEL, Ballard, or Plug anymore. But here's Plug, down 22%. What's Ballard these days? Is Ballard still trading? There it is. VLDP. Yeah, I just don't hear. And then the other one would. They used to always kind of trade in as a threesome, fuel cell, Plug, and Ballard. Just don't hear about them anymore. This was a big one from yesterday, guys. Vera Bradley, VRA. Yeah, Vera Bradley got up to 324, closed down here at 287. Bitcoin off $1,400 down to 91,000 and change. Look at IBIT. Okay, guys. So the SEVA, CEVA. Let's take a look at this one. It's looks like it's trying to hold 19. So they've. Did everybody see what secondary price at 1950? Finally, okay. So it's priced at 1950. So it's a little bit below the financing price. So let's see if this. What happens if it gets into 1950? This is shortable for me and Interactive Brokers in case it attempts to get into 1950 and that stalls it. So what I'm going to do is put a price alert around that area, 1953. I'll put a price alert and see if it gets close. Already close, but see if it pops through. This is an earnings play, actually, guys. The Viking, the River Cruiser. No volume yet. Only 53,000 shares, but it is an earnings play. All right, guys. Let me take a look at some of the sectors. Okay, I want to take a look at energy. Energy is still so like most of the sectors. Of course, we're going to see probably more than likely a red bar from yesterday. So there's the 200 day. So it's still above it. Financials, that's the big one, guys. XLF, boy, closed right at the 200-day moving average, right at it. Materials still below. Healthcare is still strong. I went for months and months and months talking about healthcare being the weakest sector. Now it looks like it's the strongest sector. Healthcare is the strongest sector. It has not really. I mean, when it finally plowed through the 200-day moving average, it hasn't really looked back. But remember, the rest of the market has been doing kind of this, and healthcare has been just hanging tough. XLP still under. Take a look at semis. SMH, excuse me, SMH. Still quite a bit above, but drifting down. I mean, this has been sort of the SPY reaction. So that's why healthcare. I mean, healthcare is strong. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I'm back. So Target, let's see, is it still, I should have put a price alert. I have to put a price alert right there, see if it takes that out. Flow sold off out of nowhere last night, okay, FLO. Take a look at FLO. Oh, yeah, crazy. Flowers Food, no volume yet. That's good volume too. I mean, there was that's 1,000,000 shares right here on that bar. Not that bar, but the 4 like, right at 4 o'clock or 3, 4 but this is a 15-minute candle, so or bar, so it, yeah, moved all the way down and then came right back up. Interesting. But a lot of shares. There were a lot of shares that sold, or a lot of action. All right, guys, wanna get the layout I'm gonna use when the 9:30 layout, my 9:30 layout. As always, saving my layout before I exit. Just give me a moment, guys. Okay, so what you're seeing here, this is the top 6 from that list that I had 15 on. Ah, no matter what I do, I cannot stop it from surfing, no matter what I do. Even if after I save and I say, "Don't load, surfing." I think you were talking about that a while back. I don't know if Pepe's in the room. Okay, so this is the buyout. KZIA, we talked about that. We talked about EPW. I don't think we talked about, SGBX. This was a big one. Well, it's been active the last, 4 days, and, well, I mean, you can take a look right here, 423. So, has to be watched. Look at this. 414 right here, the 2 highs are around 425. So I'm gonna put a price alert in that area. Say 426, see if it gets there. It's not that far away. Up 21%. So yeah, I don't know if there's any news on it today. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. 9:27. Okay, so there's Lazy Boy. LZB is yeah, still moving, guys. Weekly high. I think we've already looked at this. Next high looking left is 34.48. So it's right there. It is right there at that high. So when you look at a weekly chart, that's that high right there. So if it can take that out, the next high in a weekly chart is around 35. So there, I mean, to me, there's just between 34.50 and 35. To me, anyway, it looks like there could be some pretty tough resistance. I mean, it's already up 20%, but you never know. I mean, maybe it's just going to keep moving. But boy, no prediction that was going to happen. Here's one that's just sneaking in here, guys. ZSPC. I figured as much. Cheap one, under $1. Yes, it does, William. Unfortunately, yeah, it's been drifting down. It's going to be, boy, I tell you, NVDA this after hours today. That is going to it's going to be a big tell. Okay, guys, we'll get rid of these two and get set for the 9:30 open in about 40 seconds. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically, almost for sure, unless something really startling happens in here in my compare count window, but nothing will happen in this window until at least 9:45, my gap window. Doesn't mean there's going to be something at 9:45, but nothing will happen until at least then. And that's by design. And what happens is it'll create a nice watch list for me for the day. All right, guys, we're now open. We'll start getting some tickers coming through here pretty soon. Target a little bit of a bounce actually to start off with. TGT. Okay, so here we go. We're getting some now. This was a big one from yesterday. Not shortable for me. OLMA was not short. Look at this. Yesterday there were no shares available. Today there are 145,000 at Interactive Brokers. Where were you yesterday? Crazy. Not that I want to short it now, but yesterday was the day. So there's Agio. I see Agio right here, guys, making a market low. I think 2012, I said 2012 was the pre-market low, okay? 2012. Okay, APLD is, let's see, the next high looking left is yesterday's high, which is 2361. But this is very early blush. PLSH. We're seeing this one. This was, I guess, an IPO a few months ago, 3 months ago. almost 4 months ago. This is shortable for me too. Boy, this is, getting kicked here. It's actually an earnings play. It's probably their first earnings play. Remember this? I mean, it got up to $118. All right, so they're trying to paint a pretty picture on this one. Bullish shares, bullish, the company, climb above its IPO price on swing to Q3 profit. But, I mean, even if you discount that month, that, the high rate up here, I mean, 70, if this was up here at 77. Freeport yesterday had a big day, guys. I think a reopening of a mine that had been shut down, FCX. But look what happened yesterday. I mean, it got up to $41 and it closed down here at, well, it's not a massive move down, but it closed right at the low of the day. Come on, Mr. Spy. We've got a little blue bar here. I'm going to put there's the VWAP following it down. Ooh, that's something I cannot help you with, Edric. So I don't know how you recover your, well, the trading room. You mean in the trading room? Um, I think well, you can just create a new name. I don't know about a password. I think you can just come in and. Or what happens when you come into the room? Because you can change your username. Password, I don't know about. Maybe William or somebody can help me. When you guys come into the room, do you have to create a password too, or just a username? Just a username. I thought so. Yeah. So you just have to come in and create a username, Edric. I know. I know who you are. Well, I've seen you in the room. So just come in, click on my homepage link, and right here, trading room, and just create a username. Okay. I didn't know you had to create a password though. Also, but you're in. Okay. So there's QFin, guys. QFin is an earnings play. Boy, this looks interesting. I mean, where's the support for this? By the way, Pepe, thank you. You probably weren't around. I was praising you as always. Got rid of the mobile display and got rid of it yesterday, and it remembered, so I don't have to do it every day. Lithium. These lithium plays are still pretty good or pretty active. Another one, LAR. You mean forgot password to retrieve it? That one? Oh, really? I did not see that. What? I do not see that post. It must be in another, in the other stream or something. So I don't understand. So there are several streams going in YouTube right now, not just the one that I not the one that I see. Oh, I see. But they're up. Oh man. Okay. I'll. I thought I killed them. I thought I exited them, but maybe I didn't. I didn't. I didn't go live. I know I didn't go live on them. Maybe that's why I thought I didn't have to kill it. Does it matter? I don't even know where to find them. Sorry, guys. I'm talking to Pepe. Well, QFin. Shoot, I was thinking of taking this early. I don't know where there is any support for QFin. Low right there is 1813. So 1813. This is back in August of last year, so over a year ago. Okay, guys, SGBX. It just hit that the highs right here. So now that's a big jump. I wouldn't take it. Well, I would. I'm personally not going to take it yet. I mean, it may run. It just may run right now, but I just to me it just looks a little too obviously parabolic, but it may just run right now. Do you have a link for me, Pepe? I know this is crazy to so I can go there and just delete them. Yeah, I don't see them. I just see my my current live stream. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. I guess I'm assuming people are just coming in. Yeah, I don't see them. I just see just a flash quickly. This is all I see. I just see this, which is the current live stream. All right, guys. SGML, another live one for the last 2 days. SGML, another lithium play. So we've got LAC, we've got LAR, we have SGML, and now we have a halt now for a TPST. TPST halted on the way down. Okay, guys, lazy boy, LZB. Let's take a look at it and see if it's, I think it's stalling at that 36 level. It did, where's the weekly chart? It did get above, got up to 3584. All right. Well, surprise, surprise, guys. So a little bit of so that looked pretty bleak to start, but the market is recovering somewhat. Okay. This is 3 bars now, almost 3 bars up. BLSH continues to move down, guys. Earnings play. BLSH. This would have been an awesome early short. Well, yeah, it was just too early. I didn't take it, guys, but there was the break right there. I didn't take it. So if you did take it, SGVX, your next high is way up there at 588. So a lot of room. Why didn't I take it? For me, it's just a little too early. If that had been a bigger float, perhaps, but I just find these ones can be very whippy. So I choose to wait for about 15. And if I do that, sometimes I run the risk of just missing something that just wants to run immediately. Okay, OMH. Didn't see this. Oh, my home. OMH, guys. I didn't see this at all in the pre-market. Boy, you can kind of see 161. There's a couple of monthly highs right there. Put a price alert there and see if it can take that out. Because if it does, the next monthly high is 325. And it's looking to see if there's any news. It's not an earnings play. Singaporean company, not an earnings play. All right, guys, we are now at 9:45. So we'll see if we get anything coming in here, which hopefully will give me a nice watch list for the day. All right, this is an earnings play. GLBE is an earnings play, and it is getting kicked a little bit here on the way down. And the next low looking left is 33.88. So kind of close, too close for me anyway. LGB, guys, it's see how long it cannot get through. It's 36. Not a great spread for Lazy Boy, though. 35.29, 35.60. Not a good spread. All right, SGML. SGML popped over 10, came back down underneath 10, and now it's moving again. The next high looking left on a monthly chart. It's getting close. 1045 is the next high. Interesting. Nothing in here yet. Make sure I haven't unchecked them all. Okay. Too close. CMBD. Sorry, CMBT. Next high looking left is 1026. That's probably that high up here, approximately that monthly high. You know what? Takes that out though. Then the next monthly high is 1138. So why not just put a price alert in that area and see if it gets there? So AGIO, which you got thumped down, is just trying to figure out which way it really wants to go. It's not going to. I don't doubt if it's going to hang here all day. So it's just underneath the VWAP. Okay, the wave. You can see that big orange wave, but it's flattening out. So the consolidation is taking place. The VWAP is at 2389. Well, actually, our VWAP here. Well, that I guess is the VWAP without. No, that's the VWAP. 2389 or so. So it's right at the VWAP area. There we go. So we're getting some gap. So, well, look at that. In fact, we're getting a gap down in reversal for AGIO, and a gap up and go for just an earnings play. FULC is not an earnings play. All right, guys, definitely interested in this AGIO. Let's see if it gets back over 22 again. Sorry, 24 again. And here's another reversal, guys. The QFIN. This is an earnings play. Okay, guys, I'm putting an alert just over 24 for this AGIO in case it pops up again. Okay. Now here's the gap up and go for the FULC. This is not an earnings play. I don't see any news on it. So, gap reversal for QFIN. Remember, you can turn this into the don't repeat version. Okay, you can take so you'll see you'll every time, for instance, FULC makes a new high, you're going to see it. You're only going to see it the very first time if you create the don't repeat version of it, which I look at virtually all day because what happens is this will create a nice watch list for me to follow all day long, and I don't have to go in the direction necessarily of the alert. Whoa, SGML guys, nice one from our AI. Okay, very nice one from our AI. Now, where I was saying it recaptured 10, dipped down below 10, and recaptured lithium play. I didn't realize this was an AI alert from us, FULC. All right, gap down and reverse for EOSE just over the whole number. And it has room to 14. Not saying it's getting there. Okay, of interest to me, definitely just over the whole number, over the VWAP. Little buy flag coming in here and it has room, $14. Next high looking left on the daily chart. This is so there was news on plans for a convertible bond sale, direct stock offering. So basically a financing. The market's not liking that, but it is trying to bounce a bit. Come on, SPY. Yeah, nice nice move from 660 to 664. How's that spread now for lazy? Oh, here's another one. Gap up and go. So this is now a gap up and go. Yeah, United Arab Emirates. Okay. Well, it has room. I mean, 1272 is the next high. I don't like the spread though. 1211, 1234. I just don't like that spread. Okay, guys. Well, I had that one thumbnail. My other monitor, LZB. I'm insured it now on the break underneath. Ooh, well, I may have to reevaluate the break under 35. It broke down through the V. So I thought, okay. Okay, just watching LZB. Want to see if it gets underneath 34. Well, it's yeah, underneath 35 again. Put a price alert right around here. I mean, it's an earnings. It's a good earnings play. I just thought it looked like it was not wanting to get through 36. So glad I waited on the AGIO. It'd be better if the market was moving down for, for Lazy Boy, but, basically right where I shorted it, so I'm gonna have to, hold on for a moment here, see if it, gets that bid below. Sorry, guys, I just have to keep watching this, Lazy Boy. It's, hanging right around where I shorted it, right around the 35 mark. Okay, I took myself out, guys, of the Lazy Boy. I took myself out of the, Lazy Boy short. I'll look at it again if it gets back down. I had a little bit of profit in it, but I was looking for a lot more. The price will around 34.77. Yeah, this is nice. Somebody took this one, EOSE. I did not take this one. The gap down in reversal. All right. Wow, the SPY, some rippage here. Yeah, nice rippage. Well, how is SGML looking? Well, it pulled back. That's all pulled back a little bit. But if you're in it, it still looks pretty good. I mean, the wave is still strong if you're in it now. The next high, you can see the next high got into that high 1048. And what did it get to? Got up to 1062. So a little bit above that high, that monthly high. If it can take it out again, I mean, then there's another high up here on the monthly chart anyway of over 12. Well, no, I'm not an investment advisor, 162. I cannot tell you yes. I'm sorry. I mean, I can't tell you yes, you should take it now. I'd probably, if you're not in it now, I'd probably, but even if I say wait for a pullback, it may just rip from here. Okay. So, I mean, if you're looking at our AI, the entry was at 977. So right there, but it's, starting to pull back a little bit. Wow. Oma really it looked good. I mean, there were shorts available, as I was saying earlier. This is looking really nice now. Well, this is sort of intriguing. I mean, this again, a gap up and go, the KYIV. It got into this high here, but it has pulled back a little bit. All right, so FULC, at least it's holding over 12 now, guys. I mean, it's holding over 12. And what did I say was the some resistance? So back here, this is in March of last year. It did get as high as 1376. That's on a monthly chart. So on a monthly chart, there was some room. Boy, nice move on Olma. Wow. Of course, the high up here is $27. So they said the secondary was spot secondary priced at 19. All right. Well, okay. Agio now is starting to move. Now, do I want to take it? Let's see. All right, guys. Well, it's starting to run now. AGIO over the VWAP easily now, over that whole number. This really intrigues me. This KYIV 1271 next high. There's a big boom now for AGIO. Big move now. Gonna get now 25 could be a really that could be a psychological number to get through. Could be, then maybe not. So you can see it over and over and over and over again every time it made a new high, AGIO. And here's the first alert. Yeah, the spread is driving me crazy though on the this one. I mean, I really would like this one. If the spread, this is for the KYIV, the spread were a lot tighter, but 1211, 1234. It's too much for me. Maybe keep an eye on SIVA, guys. It's hanging over 19, and this is a data financing at 1950. So it's below the financing price. All right, guys, I'm going to go over my homepage now. It's 10:08, and all the information you can find, including the scans, the top lists, the tree maps, races that I'm sharing. Okay, guys, breaking 25 again, trying to break 25 again. Okay, so on my homepage, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find, including this one, the gap continuation or reversal. Uh, at the very top, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas using my promo code Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. It doesn't matter what plan you choose, either our standard or premium. But remember, the 15% off is if you take a monthly, it's only good for the first month. And all I ask, please use my code. If you're going to take out a subscription at sometime in the future, the company tracks the promo code usage. If they see enough people using my code, they don't mind keeping both of these rooms free. Both of these rooms, meaning our YouTube room and what I call the main room. For those of you in YouTube, there's another trading room. It's free also. If you're looking for a lot more interaction amongst other traders, this is the room to be in. You can stay in YouTube if you want, but if you want a little more interaction amongst traders, this is a better room. Okay. Now the trading room, this trading room is open at around quarter to 7 Eastern time, and I open YouTube around a little earlier, but say around 8:30, and I get on the mic at 9 for both of them. And I don't open. Obi opens this room at quarter to 7. That's quarter to 4 my time. That's why I don't. I live in Vancouver, Canada, so that's why I'm not opening it now. William, I usually go to about 2 to 2:30. I'll always say later if there are questions. Just have not been a lot of questions, so I usually do take off around 2. Now William has been keeping the room open after I leave, but he's going to be gone for the next 3 days. So the room may shut down at 2. It depends on Obi. No pressure, Obi, at all, okay? And that's only for the 3 days. So, first thing to do, if you do take out a subscription, the very first thing, click on the education section, the more, and scroll down. Getting started with trade ideas. First thing you have to do, 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have trade ideas, I would start off on that second video and go to the end. That should give you an idea about if this is the type of program you might want to try. Okay. No pressure. Obi, no pressure, zero pressure. Okay. Seriously. No pressure. So again, start off on that second video if you're looking to see whether or not this is a good fit for you. And you can always try it for a month. If you don't like it, just tell us. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, 15 videos, all free. Okay. If you're new to trading, all free. And if you're looking for my scans, oops, that was not good. Maintenance. Okay. Give me a moment. I want to see if my link is working. Yep. Okay. So if you're looking for my scans and you click on my homepage, I shouldn't call them scans. I have races. This is the gap continuation reversal right here. Okay. This is I don't have it on my homepage, but I can show you how to create the don't repeat version. So you only see the stock the very first time and the price and the time, and you can kind of track to see what happened from there. And the movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside is here. This is active all day long. So even though this one may not give very many different symbols, there's only been 5 symbols coming that have come through. But this one will be very active all day long. Couple of races, the biggest gainers from the start of the race, and then the large cap gainers from the start of the race. A couple of races for you. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market active is up and the pre-market active is down. Here is the Hulse resumes, not very active today. And a couple other scans that I'm sharing, a momentum scan and a Pepe combo scan. So you can take a look at those if you want. I don't have them up and running. Doesn't mean they're bad. It just means I'm concentrating on just this right now. That's it. So this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you do have questions, you can ask me questions all day long. Do not be shy. Now, if it's an accounting question, I probably won't be able to answer it, but I can direct you to the people who can. Whoa, this has got a ton of room, guys. Hinge Health. So this is seeing it in here. Now it's extended right now, but maybe if it pulls back a bit or hangs over that whole number, a lot of room. There's look left. 46, almost $47 next high. So almost $4 to the next high. See what's happening with that one. I don't see any specific news on it. Nice, nice, nice on the. I did not take this one, but the EOSE. I know some took it. Great, really good. This is a gap down and reversal. I'm interested in this one too, guys. I mean, it's not the trigger was at the alert was at 1976. When I say this one, I'm talking about the Q fin. This is also another gap down and reversal. Now this is an earnings play, so I mean obviously it's been beaten up because of earnings. EOSE is not an earnings play. Oh, that's right. It was a stock offering. Okay, so a financing plans for a financing. So there was news on it. All right, guys. Well, this one at least is the KYIV. Boy, this EOSE. Great, great trade. Great trade. The finance. I mean, it still has room. $14. It's this market is just rallying now. What a move. 660. That didn't look good, guys. It's almost got negative. Look, here's another one, guys. Another gap down and reversal play for AC. This is an earnings play, and it has got it's got room. It's got $1. I mean, there's the next high looking left. So let's keep an eye on this one, see how well it holds over 12. It's trying to come back. So again, here they are, okay? I have only six, and no gap up and reversals, and no. So remember, I've got the four scans in here: gap up and go, which you see, and a gap down and reverse. But we haven't had a gap up and reverse or a gap down and go yet. We may not get one. So are you talking about this one with all the repeating? Okay, so yeah, just go to my home page, okay? Give me a moment. Just drop something. So go to my home page and scroll down, and where you see the scan section right here, and then this one, the gap continuation or reverse. Now, when you load it, you're not going to see all the ones from 9:45 on. Okay, you'll only see the last one. Okay, just so you know. Okay, guys, I am now looking at this Q fin. I think it's just over 12, right? It's right around 12. Not quite. Not quite. Nice reversal plays though. AC, nice reversal play. What's the volume like? Okay, and it's an earnings play. KC is an earnings play. You guys have been talking about NUVB. I see it here. Okay, guys, the KC is really interesting to me. 1210, 12, yeah, 1210, 1212 on the bid ask, hanging over 12. A little pullback to 12 might be, and then a hold and then a pop. Okay, so now it's pulling back a little bit to 12. I'm going to put a price alert around 1201 and just see if it at least holds 12. And that's for the KC. Yeah, SGML, nice one from our AI guys. And if you're wondering why is it not in the gap scan, the some filters weren't met, obviously. That's the reason. Glad I stayed out of the KYIV. I was really interested. The spread actually got tight, 1240, 1244. And I was thinking about it, but then, the spread widened almost immediately. And I'm glad I stayed out of it. Guys, the Energizer Bunny, ENR. This was an earnings play yesterday. Had a nice short on it early, and then it had a big recovery most of the day. But now it is underneath that whole number of 18. The low yesterday was 1762, so little bit of room. This is an earnings play yesterday, ENR. Cheap. I'm going to say a cheap earnings play, but there's just no volume. 30,000 shares, FLX. So yeah, so Target had a nice. I mean, it's basically it's almost flat now. Target TGT. It's an earnings play, almost flat. Okay, guys, KC is still hanging in there at 12. I'm not in it yet. I'm really, really considering it. Excuse me, hanging in over 12. What's the volume like? This, yeah, it's not a ton of volume. 682,000 shares for KC. 2.9 times normal, but I'm just watching the bid ask or the time. It's just not a lot of sales coming through. But I think if it can get to like a 12-12 bid, I might have to take it. If it gets to like a 12-12 bid, clearing 12. All right, guys. Well, I'm not seeing. Well, here's the okay Energizer, ENR. Imagine if it took out yesterday's low. So again, SGML and LTM, couple of actually, this is not, I'm sorry, this is not a lithium play. This is the big South American airliner. Had earnings, I think, yesterday or on the 14th. They had earnings on the 14th, so last week. Okay, guys. Well, let's do it. So let's see if KC has some room to keep running. I'm in it. ATKR, Insta spike on news. Okay. ATKR. This is Williams' specialty. And did you short it? Exploring a sale amid activist pressure. That was the news. Ooh, gap down and go. Met C. How about this one? Let's see what's happening with this one. 1836 was the alert. 1836. Now you can see that Met C is sitting right on the 200-day moving average. Okay, the 200-day moving average is exactly 1828. So it's sitting right on it. Will that act as support? Now there's the Q fin. Shoot. So again, guys, I really recommend that you put the don't repeat in also, okay? So you can keep track of them all day long. Sometimes they set up at different prices. Sometimes they really haven't moved much from the original alert. So it's a great little watch list. So I really recommend you create the don't repeat version of this. If you want to know how, I'll show you. I did not short METC just because of it was sitting on the VWAP, but it's now just below it. Where could METC go? So the next low looking left on the weekly chart looks like around 1653. So there is room. Yeah, there's room on a weekly chart anyway. 1653 underneath. Yes, it was, William. It butted its head about 3 or 4 times into a 25. You're talking about AGIO. You can see right there on a 5-minute chart anyway, you can see it just sort of got stuck right at 25, could not get through. Okay, so you don't want if you want the don't repeat version of this, you want to have this also, in my opinion. But if you so please, okay, for anybody, I know I went over this yesterday. To show you how to do it. Okay, so the first thing you do is you duplicate this window. So you duplicate the window. You're duplicating it because you don't want to overwrite it to create a don't repeat out of this. So you want to duplicate the window so it's still there, obviously. And then you just right click, go down to properties, and you see where it says don't repeat. Click on don't repeat. So and then check don't repeat. Now you have a bunch of time frames. What I've done is I've said for a day. You can do it in different time frames if you want, but I've said don't repeat for the whole day. So I just want to see the symbol the very first time, so I'll know what the price is and the time that it happened. And the other thing I would do is once you've done that, is to go back down to right click on it, properties, and then window name, and just maybe add something like I just put DR, so I know it's my don't repeat version of it. That's all. Because when I save it, I don't want to save it at the same name. Okay, so I just put DR or whatever you want, of course. And again, that's what it'll look like right now. Now, remember, you do it now, you're not going to get all these ones that happened earlier. Okay, you're only going to get the last one, and then incorporate this as part of your layout if you want. I just find don't repeat is very handy. Again, to go back and check to see, well, what happened? Has it moved? Sometimes these might set up in the afternoon, even. I mean, or set up at a better price. Using it like a watch list. Everything. So Pat in our YouTube room is asking. So everything you see here is part of the standard service. Okay. Everything you see part of the standard service, Pat. It's all of my everything that's on my homepage is part of the standard service. Premium is really, I mean, people take premium because they want to have access to the AI, which gave you SGML, pretty good one today so far. Okay. Well, I didn't take it. I didn't take it because the 200-day was a little close, but the Met C now looking weaker and weaker. Remember, I think we looked on the weekly chart, and there's room down to what 1626 is the next on a weekly chart anyway. So you know what, Pat? Let me tell you. Why don't you wait? Okay. Are you going to go a month? You're probably just going to go a monthly plan, right? I'm talking to Pat in our YouTube room. The reason I say that is that I know we're okay. I know we're going to have a if you're gonna go monthly, then I know we're gonna have a promo very soon, probably starting Thursday. That's tomorrow, okay? And you probably get 25% off a monthly plan. So, I would wait. If you can't wait, you can take my code and you'll get 15 off, but okay, so, it's up to you, but we'll have, a Thanksgiving, US Thanksgiving promo starting, I believe it's tomorrow. If not tomorrow, Friday. Let me see if I can dig up. You know what? I'll just have to ask the guys. I know I saw the email last night. You know what? I'm going to ask the guys. I don't want to be lazy. I just have to check my email. Okay, let me just check the email that I saw yesterday. Yeah, so it starts on Friday. Okay, so November 21st, and it runs to the second, December 2nd. So I would wait. I mean, why not? You get 25% off instead of 15%. And I'll have a promo code. It'll probably not tomorrow. But if you keep my homepage link and come if you I don't know how often you show up in YouTube or the other room, but if you hold my homepage link, because what'll happen is you'll see the promo code right at the top. It'll say Barry 25. It's just not active yet. That's why. So I can't give it to you. It's not active yet. Okay. So just save my homepage and then Friday, come in or click on it and it should say Barry 25. If it doesn't, it won't matter because it will be active, Barry 25. Sometimes it takes a while. I have a gentleman looking after this for me, and sometimes it takes a while for it to update on my homepage. But the Barry 25 will definitely be active. All right, guys. Well, KC is giving me a little bit now. KC, ew, another one. Gap down and go. Another. Now this is a cheap one. I don't. Sometimes I say to myself, I don't want to short these cheap ones, and I look later on and it's dropped 40 or 50 cents. Yeah, $2. Is it shortable? It is shortable. Well, not many though. Only 4,000 shares available for me at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, no kidding. Shaking off that offering like nothing, Mike. The Olma. Here's the Olma right there. Yeah. I lost sight of it. I wanted to take it right about here, right over that 20 level, and I just lost sight of it. All right, Ento. So Ento, 286. Let's see. Just looking to see if the shares have been snapped up yet by at Interactive Brokers. Not yet. The next low looking left on a weekly chart is, yeah, I mean, it's got room. Boy, I haven't shorted it to something under, well, $5 for years, probably. Yeah, I don't care that much about the borrow fee. But what is it? Let's see what it is. Yeah, 250%. In fact, 122% now. In fact, they may have been snapped up. No, there's still 4,000 shares. Yeah, 46%. Sorry. Okay, guys. So I have taken some off of the KC. It had a nice little run for me. Got over 1230. And then a minute it dipped down, I got out some around the 1225, 28 mark. Okay. It is still down for the day, barely. So now what that allows me to do is hold on to a piece of it, as long as this wave remains blue. Now, meanwhile, Mr. Market is starting to fade a bit here. Okay, you guys were talking about new VB, NUVB quite a bit. Yeah, I can see why now. I didn't. I saw it. But there's just so much going on for me. I forgot to click on it. But NUVB, this is a great move. I mean, great move. Not just because it's up, but look how it's holding the wave. Okay, it's just a beautiful move, holding the wave. I'm always guys, if you don't have the wave enacted on your charts, I think you're missing out. Okay, it's part of the standard service. I'll let you know how to enact the wave. I think it's a great visual to keep you in trades. It's not about seeing a buy flag or a sell flag. It just is a visual, great visual to help you keep in trades. A common question, I always get out too soon, or how do I know to keep in a trade? There's no infallibility here, but I have found it's just an excellent way to keep in a trade. Okay, so CCHH was halted, and now it is resuming. Resuming. Wow. CCA, this is a chicken restaurant. Okay, I don't think we have this in. Oh, it's out of Malaysia. I'm going to say we don't have it in Canada, but I guess you guys don't have it in the States either. There are shorts available for me to short this, but I'm a little reluctant. Probably a low float, 3.9 million in the float. Started trading as CCHH last month. I don't know if this was actually an IPO. Let me just check my. And it just got halted again on the way down, guys. So let me see. Started trading this week of so in September. Sorry, September. There it is. Okay, so it was an IP. It was an IPO. There it is, right there. My IPO calendar. Anybody wants it? Just let me know. Nothing to do with trade ideas, of course. So here's a different one now, guys. It's a gap up in reverse. And now this is turned into a gap up in reverse, the KYIV. But this EXTR gap up and reversal, so it's still positive, but is reversing. Some of you guys are in this FRGT. Is it over? Wow, nicely done. It's over $1 again in a big way. Look at that. Look at the consolidation right here, just around the dollar level. We talked about this in the pre-market as it had the big pop. It's got the next high is 137, almost to the penny. 137, 137. So for those of you who think I'm crazy for looking left to see where a stock could stall, look at that, right to the penny. So if it takes that out, though, somehow, if it takes it out, which it could, I mean, it's not that far away, then the next high looking left is way up here at 2, a little over 2. Okay, guys, now take a look at the SPY, look at the VWAP, and the SPY is now breaking down below the VWAP. So any bounce plays could be affected by this, obviously. Okay, this market action. And now that the SPY is underneath the VWAP, we could be in for well, I don't know how long is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 40 minutes. All right, guys, just a confirmation. So Dan will start a YouTube stream. Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas. He will start a new YouTube stream at noon Eastern. I just want a confirmation. He's doing his Wednesday He's been doing this for a few months now. So it's opportunity to ask Dan whatever you want to ask him. He's the CEO of Trade Ideas. He will start a new YouTube stream. He's usually starting a little before noon Eastern. I will put the link in. I don't have the link yet. So you see what's happening, guys. Here's a gap down and go. With the market doing this, we're starting to get some stocks that gapped up and now are reversing. Basically following the market a little bit. So there's the VREX. Another one, a lot like the METC, sitting right on the 200-day moving average. Now METC took it out, but 1028 is the 200-day. Will that act as support though? This is an earnings play. Didn't see this in the pre-market. Probably the volume was too light. The volume isn't great, only 300,000 shares, 8 times normal. You can just based on that, you can see that it doesn't trade very much. If 300,000 shares is 8 times normal. Hmm. You are right. Yeah, Bitcoin. I see 89,909. Getting close to Shady's 85,000. Yeah, so that was man, that was a short-lived. Let's see, from 9:35. So they opened at 9:30 up to 10:15. So we had a nice 45-minute run. Nothing on the economic calendars. I haven't, there's just nothing happening. I didn't even see any of the Fed guys talking. So there's the pullback now, a little pullback now for OLMA, OLMA, a little pullback now. Is it really? FOMC at 2? No minutes though. I mean, sorry, just the minutes. Okay. I must have not have scrolled down far enough. Yeah, you're right. 2 o'clock. Yeah. And then Williams is going to speak at 3. It's funny. This website I go to, the economic calendar, it has not, well, not to my time zone anyway. It has not adjusted. It says 3 o'clock, which of course is not adjusted for standard time. So, but you're right. 2 o'clock. Yes. I have to remember that because I don't mean today for the but and Williams is supposed to talk at 3 o'clock, at 2 o'clock also. That's what I'm looking at here. But you see, it's not three. I don't know why it is not adjusted. Come on, this site is a very wonky one. Anyway, thank you. I didn't scroll down enough. All right, guys, I took myself out of the KC. I was hoping it would get into the almost to the 1250s, but with the market doing this and it's an earnings play and it was not good. So, well, hopefully you guys took some profit in the FRGT. It is now 135, right down to 120, but the wave is still strong. Guys, I'm going to keep an eye. This unfortunately, I didn't take it, but what a fantastic short this was yesterday, ARVN. This was look, it was a great long at one point, and it just faded, 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 closed down here. We got up to 14. Look how orderly it was. I'm just going to scroll back a little bit. Look at this. I mean, once it broke the VWAP, it just kept moving down, 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 down. Little pop, at 330, but it was a great short. So I'm looking at it now because it is. I have this thumbnailed, my other monitor, and watching to see if it really takes out 12. Of course, NVIDIA will be the one, guys. I mean, well, that would have been a pretty decent short. I didn't take it. 1026 was the alert. It was sitting right on the VWAP. Sorry, on the 200-day. Yeah, I do see that. It's below. It's 1188 right now, ARVN. The low of yesterday was 1163. It's got a little bit of room, guys. It's a GPCR. A little bit of room. The next high looking left is 37.85. See if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news on it. Spread's not bad, 8 cents. I'm going to start a new compare count. Is this shortable for me? TPST. Ooh, there are shares available. TPST. Now, I wish I'd seen it a little earlier. I know this got halted and resumed or several times today. Wow. Oh, it looks like what the president got turfed, or is this some kind of a merger? Market continuing. They had a little blue bar here. This is like a blue bar, red bar ignored, or a green bar ignored. Okay, and I mean, I know the color's not green, but green bar ignored right here. Downtrend. Pause in the downtrend. Downtrend continues. Carve is delisting itself. That's the reason why this one has moved down. Here's this crazy one from yesterday. WSHP uh, started trading as WHSP 2 days ago, 3 days ago. Oh, am I taking? No, I'm not. The low of yesterday is pretty close. Okay, so I thought I put a price alert there. I did not. I want to see if it gets close to the low of the day yesterday. But listen, if you think it's, don't, you know what? I think I blew it on the KC. Though it would have been hard for me to hold it when it did that, okay? Because that basically is where I took it. Okay, but it has come right back up now. But you can see how on the wave, the bottom of those bars broke down below the wave, and that is, not what I want to see. Oh yeah, in retrospect, it would have been nice to have held it, but I just couldn't do it. But I did okay on it because I got out some at around the 12:30 mark earlier, and then around the 12:20 mark, and then now it was just a little too volatile for me to keep holding it for me anyway. All right, guys, time is now 11:09, so about 50 minutes, 50. I will be taking off for an hour. So Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, will start a new YouTube stream. He doesn't take over mine. Okay, so before I take off, I will put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Dan if you want to. And your opportunity to ask the CEO of Trade Ideas questions. Shoot, this was a nice one. I didn't take it. VREX did not take it. This nice break now under 10. What a run this one has been on, this Mag H. $1.40 6 days ago, 372 now. Had a little pause for a couple of days. Nice day yesterday, nicer day today. And that is MA, probably a low float. Singapore, 12 million in the float. Next high looking left, still has room. Five. I'm not saying to take it, but it still has room. $5. Next high looking left on the weekly chart anyway. All right, guys. Well, it is now 11:12. Only 2 minutes since the last time I checked the time. Uh, Looking to see if there's anything happening on some of my thumbnail charts. The SIVA is just a little bit underneath the CEVA. It's still a little bit underneath the financing price. I think it's 1950, right? So, wow, it's actually getting a little bit more below it. Hmm. All right. I know some of you were in this SGBX. So SGBX just showed up on the gapper. This was an early one. It was just too early on that break, 426. I just don't like taking the trades that early, but boy, that was a nice. Those of you who took it on that break, two daily highs right there, took it out. I mean, it still has room, but I can't, I just can't do it right now. It's a little too extended for me, the SGBX. But if you're in it still, 590, that's your next high looking left. So it still has room. If you took this one earlier and you're holding on, the wave is kind of keeping you in it. Now, Lazy Boy, LZB, is breaking down underneath 35 a little bit. So is this it? Is this now? It's breaking down through the VWAP. VWAP is 34.86. Well, okay, that line you see here takes into account the pre-market volume. So that's why there's sometimes a little difference. Man, breaking my heart, Casey. Why did you have to do this? That little move right there. Here's a pretty nice earnings play. We talked about this a little bit in the pre-market, guys. This is Viking. Has room to about $1. Okay, this is a cruiser, a river cruiser. All right, maybe keep an eye ANVS. This is one that I have thumbnailed, so that's why I can see it. It's not triggering anywhere. Maybe not. 347 is the VWAP, but I mean, this was a pretty wild one 2 days ago. Not pretty, it was very wild. $4 closed here at 3. Yesterday got up to 381, closed here at 336. So it's now basically it has just gone, well, flat, up a penny from yesterday's close, but it's been chopping around. Boy, what a nice nice reversal for KC. So we saw this one a little while ago, guys. The HNGE. I didn't see any news on it. HNGE. It has not been affected by the market at all. Look at this. And when I say that, look at the SPY and look at Hinge, just moving higher and higher. I don't see any news on it, other than the fact that remember we were talking about. You're here in the pre-market with me. We were talking about healthcare stocks, XLV. Well, I mean they're basically flat, but healthcare is certainly has been the best sector for a while. Most of the sectors have done this over the last few days, and healthcare, after it finally broke through the 200-day moving average, has been maintaining up in this area. So I don't use any moving averages on usual tech. So I'm the wrong person to ask on something like that, other than the 200-day on a simple SMA on the daily chart. I don't use any other moving averages. So I am the yeah. So I can't I have no suggestions. The only suggestion I could make is that Steve Gomez at Trade Ideas, who was in Monday, he was on the YouTube stream on Monday. He loves the 10 SMA and the 15-minute chart. That's what he uses, 10 SMA and the 15-minute chart. But again, I'm not a big moving average guy other than the 200-day on the daily chart. So that's a question that somebody. So if anybody else wants to chime in, that's in the support question area. This is driving me crazy. This KC just keeps moving higher. I see Annex right here, ANNX. So if you're looking for, I mean, if you're looking for, action all day long, this compare count window, well, what's called a compare count window, movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside. Basically, what it does is it takes two competing strategies, okay, two competing scans, and runs them off against each other. Competing in that they'll both have very similar price range, minimum volume, maybe a relative volume, all kind of the same, and then saying, okay, but show me the ones with all those filters met that are moving higher versus the ones that are moving lower with all those filters met. So that's why, and you can create your own, of course. What's the next high? You mean on a daily chart for Viking? It is on a daily chart anyway, 61.65. So getting closer. So for instance, using this like a watch list, this is the again the don't repeat version of this. Don't repeat meaning you can see KC over and over and over again. That's the typical way of using a scan. Here's where it happened the first time at 10:17. That was the time, and $12, 12.01. But for instance, SGBX, you're looking at this and saying 476. Well, it really hasn't moved that much, but what if it pulled back down a little bit? Maybe even got right into the VWAP, and then bounce off the VWAP. So, using this like a watch list, you can set up price areas on the chart that you might be interested in, you know, on maybe a pullback. I mean, we had an alert for EXTR on a gap up and reverse, right? A gap up and reverse. So it was at 1708. Now it hasn't moved. I mean, at 1713. But what if later on in the day it takes out 17? Now the next low is, it's kind of close. That's the only issue. If the next low were down here around 16, then that'd be an awesome thing if it broke through 17. But that's how I'm using this. Okay, I'm using it like a watch list. Now, the SGBX may just completely run without me without pulling back at all, like it is right now. This was actually a re-entry. Good. I can do a video on this on the re-entry. So if you have our AI guys, if you don't have the re-entry column, please add it. If you don't know how, let me know before I take off, okay? This is not short. No, it's not shortable for me. Sorry, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, SGBX. It is not shortable for me. Basic cannot get through 5. So this was an earnings play. This was an earnings play here, and this is basically just a continuation off earnings, I guess. You can see that's that yellow line on the daily chart. It represents the fact that it was an earnings play 2 days ago. Nice little continuation yesterday. A bigger one today. The key thing, taking out these two highs right there at 424. All right, guys, I've got about half an hour left before I take my break. If you have any questions stored up, wow, this is a really nice. Whoever I know, some of you took this EOSE. Really, really nice on a percentage basis from that alert right there. You may have taken it earlier, but 1301, 1353 now, holding. You can now that pierced the wave, the bottom of the wave, a couple of times. So that see, if I'd taken this one, I would have taken some off right here. Okay, and then that allows me to keep in the trade. And that's all. That's using the wave as a visual aid in order to keep in a trade. Hex. Okay, what's this one doing? Okay, real cheap one, guys. It's called Trade Wave. Okay, are you a subscriber? 162 to Trade Ideas. Are you a subscriber? Okay. Well, it's just a nice visual way of keeping in a trade. Okay. Blue is strong. Orange is, you can see how that wave, very strong, blue, and then it started to turn and now it's orange. It's just a nice visual aid, part of the standard service. It's to do with crosses and all. I can actually give you and anybody else interested, I think I can give you the video that kind of explains it. Hmm. Not sure how to share this. Well, for those of you who have trade ideas, so you just click on the Ripster channel, okay? Ripster Rippers, and here is a video. I'm sure there's a link somewhere. I just don't have it handy. Okay, so there's a video that explains what it's about, and there's even some scans within. Oops, even some scans within the channel, and that's the Ripster channel. Yeah, you can. It's all customizable. Oh, EOSE, that was the one, guys. That was the from a percentage basis. That was the one from that from this scan here, the gap scan. All right. Well, SGBX, which I did not take, is now over 5. Thank you, Pepe. So there's a link for it. So if you thank you, Pepe. So there's a link that Pepe put in if you want to watch that video that explains what the trade wave is all about. Okay, the idea behind it. Again, we had a re-entry for the SGBX and our AI 442. The original alert was at 449, and right after that, well, not right after that, but I mean, it hit the stop, and the stop was very close. 436 hit the stop, and then came halfway. Oh man, halfway between the stop and the entry price, the original entry price, which was 442. All right, the next one I get from here, I'm just taking. I don't care, even if it looks to me a little extended. So let's go back in time and see what happened. So gap down in reverse for Agio. We know that it got up to 25 from 2390, so that was pretty good. The gap up and go. We know that it got above 1180, got up to 1220, so not bad. This one didn't do much. Well, I shouldn't say that. It got up to 20, I believe. QFIN 1976, and it could happen later. Again, got up to 2014. This one is 1301, 1360, tremendous percentage move. This one is the one that really didn't do anything. Okay, now they're not all going to do. This one did not do. However, it turned around. You see, it was a gap up and go, and then it turned around to be a gap down in reverse or gap up and reverse. but it still didn't really do much. KC, well, you held on. Awesome, 1250. Met C, yeah, well, we know it broke 18, but down to 18. That's the problem with this. Got down to 1782. Ento, I think, is still hanging in the 286 level. Extra, I don't think has moved. I don't think extra 1708, but you never know later on. That's why I put a price alert underneath here. This already talked about. This one, I mean, 1026 down to 980. And well, we're just talking about this. So this is why you can take a look at this, and you can kind of see where was the first alert. So is every single alert you're going to get from there going to be great? Of course not. But you know, there's some really really nice ones from that scan today and yesterday and the day before and the day before. Okay, so the same thing. Okay, I said I would take the next one. There's the BKKT. 1663 is the 200-day moving average. I mean, I just can't do it unless it takes out the 200-day moving average. So I will put a price alert at the 200-day moving average and see if it gets close. Now, if it took it out, the next low looking left. I mean, look at that, guys. I mean, on a monthly chart. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get to $8, but that's on a monthly chart. On a weekly chart, where is the next low? Next low is 1183. So, there's a lot of room underneath this one if it can take out that 200-day moving average. All right, guys, getting close to break time, 11:37. So again, Dan usually shows up a little earlier than noon. So he might be there in about 15 minutes. I'm just going to wait for a link. No, even look at the QFIN now. I mean, the QFIN is now just popping above 20. Now, the other thing about this one, I mean, the spread is not great. It sort of reminds me a little bit of like the KYIV. The spread is not great. Obviously, 79.98. His blue screen has nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. All right, how's OMA doing right now? I think it's kind of resting over the VWAP, guys. So you can see how the wave was blue, 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 and then a little bit of orange, but it's not a Not a broad wave, it's just sort of a narrow, sort of a consolidation wave. It is orange though, but let's see if it can turn back to blue, and that might give us another leg up for OLMA, OLMA. It's crazy, 125,000 shares available today to short, none yesterday. Now that's at Interactive Brokers. I can only speak for Interactive Brokers. And I want to see if there's any sort of crazy fee rate. I don't think so, but nah, 11%. I mean, it's not. This is on the short side. Well, guys, this is just ripping all of that wave. So if you were in this one, you can see how you can easily. I mean, you can just follow the wave. I would say typically for the low floaters, which is a 5 million in the float. It's a little more difficult because you get a lot of weight, you get a lot of bars breaking down below and above, but really not much breaking below the low of the wave. Oh, it's not really that funny, but look at this thing now, guys. The WSHP spread is really good, 104, 110, 123. Why this is happening. Crazy. Not shortable for me, thank goodness, at Interactive Brokers. Was this was a Obi, this was an offering, right? Direct to market? I don't think it was a traditional IPO. Oh, it was. Was a direct listing, but it's listed here. It was a direct listing. Wow. 4 million shares, $20 was the IPO price. It was priced at 20. No new stock will be issued. No underwriter. Crazy. Yeah, less than 100,000 shares. I mean, that's, and it's halted. Well, guys, market continues to drift down, making, lower highs, okay? Oh, boy, SGBX, fantastic. Good for you guys who, stuck with it. I mean, we are actually getting close to that high now. I mean, look, if it takes that out, then you've got another high up here of 739. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, now there's your first so far anyway, your first big red bar, okay? Orange bar, red bar for SGBX. You didn't have well, I had one kind of there, but this is a big one. This is maybe a lot of profit taking now for the time being. Also, people looking at maybe that at this that was the next high looking left, and it got very close. All right. So is he streaming right now? 11:49. Let me thank you, Pepe. Not yet, but okay. Okay, I'll trust that that is the correct one. So for those of you who are on YouTube right now, okay, you don't have to go yet, but so Dan's live stream, what that means is that Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, will start his own YouTube stream fairly soon. It's 11:49 now, so fairly soon, and that's the link. So he doesn't take over my stream in YouTube, okay? So for those of you in the main room who want to head over, thank you, Pepe. AMTM, small pop on a Citron tweet. Okay, they're going long. Yeah. Okay, so maybe we've jumped the gun because I don't know why. He created 3 streams. It says he created 3 streams. Well, we'll have to see. Okay, so I have a question in our YouTube room, Shadane. Yeah, these are all. This is what I use. I use this a lot. Gap continuation scan or reversal. Okay, that's what I'm using, and I'm looking for ones that are really moving. But I'm really paying attention to this. These are the alerts. These are the alerts that came from. This is the repeating version. Okay, you see how SGBX over and over and over again. Every time I made a new high, there was the first alert for it at 476. So this is what I use a lot. Okay, these are gap scans, and it is live. And yes, it is live daily. Yes, for YouTube, I usually get the YouTube stream running around 8:30. Okay, and I get on the mic at 9, and I go to about 2 to 2:30, depending on questions. Okay. Ah, the other two are mine from yesterday. That's funny. Well, it's a nice tweet for from Citron, whatever they said. It's crazy though that I cannot see those ones from yesterday. I still just see this. This is today's. The ones that I didn't. Oh, okay, well, I think Dan is going. No, no. Okay, guys. So he is live now. Okay, Dan is live now. So I'm going to take my and that is the right link. Okay. So I'm going to take my break now. Just give me a moment as I put the announcement in. Okay, just give me a moment as I put my announcement in. Yeah, I'll support that, Rick. Okay, guys, so on a break. On a break. I'm sure I'll be back earlier than that, but I'll just, in case something goes on, back around 1 p.m. ET. Okay, so I'm muting myself now in our YouTube room. So YouTubers, I put the link. I put the link for Dan, the CEO of Trade Ideas. Okay, I put the link in there. It says Dan's live stream. So you can head over and listen to Dan if you want. All right, guys, I'm back. I took a quick short on the CVA or CEVA, guys. I was hoping it was be longer, but I took the short. Where did it happen? There was the alert right here at 1875. I missed it the first time. I didn't see it right here because this was just as I was getting ready to take my break. But ended up taking it just around 1870. Nice little ride. I wish I could say I got out right at the very bottom here at 1840, but no, about 1850. So about 20 cents. Nothing fabulous. I'm out of it completely. Probably should still be in it. The orange, it's still orange, but decided to just get out of it. The market is, boy, it's interesting. Up, down, now trying maybe to go up again. There's the VWAP. I'll put a price alert around the VWAP, see if it gets up there. Yeah, boy, this GPCR, seen this all day, haven't we? GPCR all day long. That's the sort of cloud wave you want to see. Look how narrow it is, and hardly any of the bars piercing the bottom of the wave. Okay, just beautiful. Meanwhile, nonsense prevails here. WSHP, what did it get up to? 211? Halted on the way down again. All right. Oh, my secretary. 212.16. Excuse me. I said about 211. And I know some of you are still in this NUVB. Another nice, look how beautiful. We talked about this one right when it was around here, but that is what you want to see in the wave. All right, guys, 1 o'clock. So I will go over my homepage one last time today. We do have FOMC at 2 o'clock, but it's just the minutes. I mean, we could get a little action, I suppose, in the SPY, but no, it's not a presser at 2:30. So clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see right at the very top. Now, if you want to wait a little bit, a couple of days, we'll have a better promo for you, Thanksgiving Day promo. But if you can't wait, here's your promo you can use right now. You'll get 15% off, 15. It makes a difference on an annual, not as much if you take it a monthly. The Excuse me, it'll be 25% off the first month. And that's on all subscriptions, okay? Now, when the promo comes out, it'll be like 30% off a premium annual and 25% off everything else, standard annual and the two monthlies. Oh, trash pickup. All I ask, use my code. Using my code will help to keep the rooms free. The company tracks the use of these promo codes, and if they see my code being used over and enough times, they will keep the rooms free. Those of you in YouTube, here is the link to get into the other. Well, it is the other room. I moderate two rooms, the YouTube room and the training room, as I call it. More action in this room, more interaction amongst other traders. YouTube is probably mainly just for listening, maybe watching. There's hardly any interaction amongst traders in our YouTube room. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here, and it's free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And last, well, not last, if you do take out a subscription, the first thing you have to do, go to the education section, click on the more info, and you will see list of videos getting started with trade ideas. You must do this first, okay? This is the first thing you have to do if you take out a subscription. If you're wondering about the program, wondering if it's the right fit for you, you want to try it. What I would do is I would start off with that second video and go to the end. That should help you make up your mind whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Another free series of videos, 15 of them if you're new to trading. And if you're looking for my information, scans, races, compare count windows, things like that, you clicked on my homepage link, just scroll down and here they are. So here's everything that I'm currently sharing. These are the two I really pay attention to, the gap continuation or reversal, and this one, the movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside. Okay, I have other scans, of course, I'm sharing. You can take a look at them. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actors up and the pre-market actors down. See, I knew I should have taken the short. So 288 down to 272 now. Nice little percentage move. That's for these PYN. Hey, you're talking about chemical. So how is URA doing? The ETF for the big move. Saw some of the uranium plays in the pre-market. This is the ETF. Okay, that is. There is no scan for the recent reverse split. There is no scan for that. However, if you're talking about recent IPOs, um, I'll tell you what I do. Okay, I'm talking to Free in our YouTube room because we get the question a lot. Do you have an IPO scanner? And I think this is quite frankly, a better way to do it. Not just because this is what I do, but because because we don't have an IPO scanner as such. If I wanted to track IPOs, I had to try to figure out, well, how am I going to find them? So the first thing to do is I'm going to give you a link. Okay, so there is a link. I mean, there are other websites out there. This has nothing to do with trade ideas, of course, but this is what I use. So watch what you can do. So here are the recent IPOs. You can see them all here. But if I go to the IPO calendar, okay, well, this is well, it's priced to trade today sometime. I don't think it came out, did it? Oh, it did come out. Okay. Okay. So this is what you can do. So here are the upcoming IPOs. So CBC, okay, this is supposed to come out tomorrow. And it's a pretty big one. Morgan's here's who's behind it. So this is what I typically do. Now I'm not that interested in this one, but this is what you can do. So I'm gonna move this off just a little bit. So we put CBC. in the chart, in my chart, not trading yet, of course. So now I right click and create a price alert. And when it comes out, it's obviously going to be over a dollar. Why I think this is important, because let's just say it started to trade. Let's say you did have an IPO scanner as such, but how do you know if it's any good or not? And good meaning your CBC. So they are going to issue 17.8 million. This is the notes I do. 17 million, call it, and between 21 to 24. It's not priced yet, I guess. So I'll put 21 to 24. Also put big guys, because there are some big guys behind it, okay? So when it comes out, I'm going to know the structure of it, okay? Because what happens is it is now saved in my price alerts window. When it starts to trade, if it does start to trade tomorrow, see it's at the bottom here, right there. It'll pop right up on my screen, and then immediately I can see the structure. I know how many shares were issued. I know what it was supposed to come out at, between 21 and 24. Some big guys behind it. But why is that number important? Because what if it comes out at 17? Like, what if its first trade is at 17? Obviously, you would know then that, there's not that much enthusiasm for it yet. But what if it starts trading at, 28, 29? Then there's some enthusiasm. So you wouldn't know that unless you have some notes to refer to. And this will happen. You'll just see it. It'll be at the top of your screen. You don't have to go down to the bottom here, because anything that triggers will be at the top. So now the exercise then is to just go through, say, the IPOs for the week. So here's another one that's coming up. The week of, it hasn't been priced though. So it may not happen. It says the week of 11, 12. Well, that's next week. So that'll be, in theory, that's next week. So you can actually do it if you want. You can put DT in, just put it here. But it may not happen because it doesn't look like it hasn't been priced yet. And again, the same sort of exercise, create the price alert. Now you might think, well, this is too much work. Well, really, it isn't. I mean, because it should be something you want to do. You should do. You can do it on a Saturday and Sunday and look at all the upcoming IPOs that are coming up, and just go through this exercise of, putting the chart up, putting your price at $1, and then in the notes section, put your structure to, 2 million, and for more than likely it's going to be, most of these small ones are always $4. The other thing I do, though, obviously, this is, almost 100%. This is a U.S. company. This is an uplisting, so it's a little bit different, but still American. But I also want to see, where is it. So it's China. I mean, well, United Arab Emirates, but I thought I saw Hong Kong. So I mean, this is not a U.S. So those are the ones that can be really crazy. So I'm going to put China. I mean, I know I'll put China. I'll put UAE also, knowing that it's not. If it's a U.S. Listing, I don't put anything. But now I know that it's China, United Arab Emirates. So it could be really crazy. And just go through the exercise. Do it on a Saturday or Sunday when you got the time. It doesn't take long. And quite frankly, I find it kind of fun to just to sort of see what the upcoming ones are, and creating the alert, because once it starts to trade, boom, you'll see it. Your price. The way to use the price alert window, in my opinion, is to minimize the window. Okay, you don't have to have the window up and running. I mean, you don't. You just minimize the window, and then when you get the alert, it'll pop up on your screen, so you won't miss it. Even if you've got the screen space, I find that I never used to do that. I used to have it up and running, used to be staring at it. But then little reel, he said, well, I minimize it because when I get the alert, it pops up on my screen. You cannot miss it. So that's what I do for IPOs. And as far as reverse splits go, no, we don't have anything that's going to tell you what recent now there are websites out there, of course, that you can check, but I don't have another way social like what I was doing. So that Citron tweet obviously helped this company. William, you said Citron tweeted about these guys. They're irreplaceable. They're absolutely irreplaceable in defense and waste cleanup. They're irreplaceable. Controls 90% of U.S. nuclear infrastructure. Wow, interesting. Okay, well, I can see why they're bullish on it. Still has room. 25, 22, next high. Nothing hyperbolic about this, but just made AMTM the most important company in America that nobody's heard of. Ooh, gross. Yeah, let's take a look at KROS. Okay, so the next high is 1764 or so. So there's room. But you know me, I got to wait for that 17 break if it's going to happen. And you know, the market is maybe helping, will help it maybe a little bit. Market is trying to recover again. All right, guys. Ah, wish this one were just over the whole number now. Shares available to short on this one also, 2.3 million for me anyway at Interactive Brokers. Not that I don't want to short it right now or even ever. It's just a matter of, you know, if it's a little too parabolic perhaps. If it gets close to 25, you know, 25 might be tough. Excuse me, a tough one to crack. No, 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 I did not say it. No, I wanted to check to see if there were shorts available for AMTM. You know, I said maybe if it gets close to 25. I mean, it's 60, 58 cents away. 25, you know, pretty tough number to perhaps get through. I just wanted to see though, there are 2.3 million available at Interactive Brokers. There's no, I mean, right now it's so strong. You know, look at the wave, so strong trend. Wonderful to have been alerted right around here. I think that's when Citron came up with her tweet. Probably this right around here, 11:45. All right, guys, 117. So I will probably hang around till about 2:05 anyway, just to check out what the action is on the SPY because of the FOMC today. But again, I don't expect anything dramatic coming out of them, and there's no presser at 2:30. So this might be starting to curl. I mean, you can tell with the blue there, SGBX. I mean, it had that massive move, massive move up to 576, and then finally some profit taking. Got a little bit below the VWAP, and then a little move here. And let's see if this blue holds. Yeah, thank you. I saw that earlier, Obi. So William is going to be not able to keep the room open after I leave uh, today and tomorrow and Friday. He's off. But Obi says he'll keep the room open till 3 today, under no obligation to do it. But he says he'll keep the room open till 3 after I leave. Yeah, this is interesting, guys. I mean, it's just hanging over the whole number, and this is one of those ones. It's a low float, one of those ones that could have one of those surges in the well, we're already in the afternoon now, but just need some volume to come in. Big volume burst. This one about to go red for the third time today. Okay. Yeah, well, you can see the orange wave down, and then a little consolidation. Now it's trying to curl a little bit down again. Now I have an alert. I did not set this today. PACS. I'm noticing it right here, and I can't remember why I put an alert here. Maybe this monthly high? No, can't remember why I put a price alert up in this area. It's not a daily break, but I put it. I don't remember when I put it actually. All right, guys, watching the SGBX to see if it holds 5. Number one. You have a little blue wave here. See if it can hold 5 and move from here. if I can deuce it upwards. I'd love to take this one just as a late day trade. Maybe put our price alert around 516, see if we can get back up there. Well, these things, these two of them guys, and even look at the Lazy Boy. Lazy Boy just made a new high. This is the one I thought maybe might be a sort of an all-day fade. Not even close. LZB. There it is, right there. Another market high or high of the day. AMTM, another high for the day. Remember, guys, these are real-time tickers. Oh, well, volume on this one. Wow, 57 million shares. Traded the float over 10 times. Today was all about getting over that 426. You can see right there the two daily highs. Boy. Well, CYN, that would have been a heck of a short. 288, all sorts of opportunities to take it down to 268. 20-cent move on a $3 stock. Very nice. Again, this is what I'm talking about right there. Opportunity to short right there. All right, guys, 513 now. Let's see if this SYBX has some legs in it now. All right, guys. Well, a little winner, little winner. See how much further it can go. Any thoughts on whether we continue to sell off through the end of the year? Yeah, not trying to be flip, but I really have no idea. December is usually a pretty good month, but who knows this year? But I have no special insight as to whether we're going to continue to sell off. We also have to put it in perspective. I mean, the SPY, yes, there's a monthly, okay? So I mean, we still this is a bad, has turned into a bit of a bad month. But, this is unless we really, start to get down to the 634s, I mean, we're still it's a sell-off, but I don't have any special insight, no. And you know what? It's I don't even have any thoughts like that, okay, Teddy? So it's not even because you might say, "Well, you must have an opinion." I don't really. I really don't, because I'm not a big swing trader, so which is one of so it's kinda nice, wake up, every morning, I don't care really what happens overnight. Yeah, I really haven't done very much market, and I'm talking to Teddy in our YouTube room. I really haven't not done any market analysis. I'm not saying, because if you're really intraday trading most of the time, you just trade what you see. Every day is different. What I saw was that I should have shorted both these two, METC and CYN. Man, I mean, let's face it, today is a huge day. Well, huge day. I mean, NVDA releases after hours today, so that'll be probably tell the tale for a week anyway. Certainly for tomorrow. But if NVIDIA's numbers come out and the market doesn't like it, well, what do we have to look forward to for a while? Right now, yeah, basically flat. I mean, it's up 1.6%, but with the market is dropped. But so you said talking to Teddy. So last week you got an unusual put activity alert on Raw. So did you trade it? Did you short it? Try to short it, or and if you did it work? Yeah, I mean, these are the 2 guys, AMTM and PAX, just, figure out like, it's amazing. Just the 2 of them. dominating. That's why it says 88% green. It's not that there's all these different stocks. It's just the 2 of them that are dominating this, compare count. Meanwhile, Met C, jeez, what a so PAX is almost well, it got right to, the high of 2 days ago. Okay, guys, let's put everything we have into, WSHP. Look at this. You know what? Here's our potential open, 189 from 161. Well, that's the other thing too, Teddy, you never know if it's a hedge. Down $3,800 Bitcoin, wow. IBIT? Look at this, wow, this METC. I don't know if they had any news. I don't think they had any news. I think they had earnings. Well, they had earnings, end of last month, so it wasn't anything to do with earnings, but I don't know what, I always call this a coal play. Well, it is a coal play. Yeah, I thought 2 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, that they were the guys that said, "We have maybe the largest deposit in the entire world, definitely in the United States," but that wouldn't take much, I guess, of, rare earth. But that was that's January 2024. See if there's a higher spike. Yeah, that was, yeah, over almost 2 years ago. The frenzy to get into this MET-C because of that. Billions, yes. Okay, we have a halt, guys. We have a halt for it's a well, it's a volatility halt. Don't often get stocks like this meaning this sort of a price get halted unless it's something stupid like WSHP. But it's a big float, 186 million in the float. Something's up. You can look at the volume that came in. That's EXAS. All right. Well, the SPY just at least got back to the VWAP, guys, right here. Got back to the VWAP. Ah, okay. There's a rumored deal between ABT and EXAS. Okay. So they're obviously the ones looking to buy them. Shareholders don't like that. Yeah, Abbott deal or Abbott near the deal to buy Exact Scientists. Bloomberg says. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Wave. Okay. See how the wave worked here, guys. I mean, not so much the buy flag, but I mean, just this idea of being able to keep in. Now, did I take some off here? Yes. But I'm able to hold on as long as that wave does not turn orange on me. Now the next high looking left looks like around 538 on a 5 minute. And if I can take that out, then we've got a shot, maybe to the high of the day or into that area anyway. Now, as I've said before, following the wave on these low floaters, it's a little more dicey because you can get a lot more volatility. So that's why I have to pay a lot of attention. I don't know, but the float is 186 million in the float. I don't know how many shares outstanding they've got. But it'll be several billion if oh, so not much, I was gonna say 200 million. Okay, so about the same as the float. So it's at about 1.6 billion at current price. Okay, you see what I'm talking about with the SGBX, and the low float. It's just yeah, the wave it just is a little harder to hold on. Remember, I have these and anything I'm in, I have a thumbnail on my other monitor, so not like I, have to see it here. Here's another kind of interesting one. I mean, look how okay, we have the orange wave kind of flattening out. It's just around $4. Blue wave now over the VWAP, getting over 4 if it can, and the highs up here are around 440. So this could be another one. This could be another one that if it can get over 4, could have a little run on it. So the question is, when I play the waiver, am I looking for price breaks or candle closes for confirmation? So this is not a great example, as I'm saying, because it is volatile. It's let me just see there. I think there was another one, even though there's how about AMTM? Let me see if this one is a better. Yeah. So you see, if I were in this one, let's say I took this AMTM, and remember now, it's not about the buy flag or the sell flag. It's just that if I happen to click on a symbol and I like what I see, so if I had taken this one when it was just hugging the VWAP, I said, okay, so I would be in this one. I would not have probably taken anything out at all if I'd been in this one down here around the 2340 mark. Because when I look at the wave, if one of those bars got close to the bottom of the wave or certainly plunged through it, I would take some off. Okay, but I would not necessarily be out of the entire trade. In the old days, I would have been. Okay. So in this case, I would not have taken anything off, okay? In this case, I mean, every case can be different because it depends on what those bars are doing. So I'm just kind of riding it out. The wave that is, in my opinion, the best is a narrow wave with the bars, just sort of sitting on top. Okay, just sort of sitting on top. I mean, that'd be the perfect situation. Any idea of, I probably don't have any idea, but I don't think there was anything in the news. You're talking about a strike, like how much they're willing to offer? Yeah, I don't see any price, if that's what you're talking about. I don't know if there was something, I'm just looking at the headlines. Oh, after the halt, sorry. Yeah, 87. This is more like a news halt, even though it's a volatility halt. Well, as long as I'm in early enough, Teddy. So again, I wanted to use the AMTM as an example. So if I'm in early, if I'm in at this level here, and now I'm starting to, I just watch. I mean, I'm just going to watch and see. Remember, I have this on another monitor all the time. If I'm in a trade, I would have this on my other monitor. So I'm following it, and I'm rarely in more than two trades at the same time. So I'm kind of following what the candle action is in relation to the top of the wave and the bottom of the wave. That's all. Now, if I'm in early enough and I was riding, and then all of a sudden we get a candle, a bar up here, and it pierces it, I'll take some off. I won't get out of the entire position though. I'll take some off because the wave is still blue, and I'll just wait and see. Okay, a little piercing, but Maybe it just keeps continuing. Every trade is gonna be different. Not every trade, but I mean, the way I'm looking at but this would have been awesome just to be in the whole time. There's no reason to get out. Well, that's how I'm using it. Well, yeah, I would look for it if I were in this trade down here at, say, 23 and I'm riding it, maybe I get one bar that pierces or gets, starts to pierce the wave. Maybe I take some off, then I keep riding it, and then if it starts, within reason. I mean, if it really starts to curl down or that it hasn't turned orange, it's possible I'll get out anyway. But certainly, if it turned orange, I'm out. This time, Teddy, I was talking to somebody in our the main room. If I use the SPY as an example, okay, if I had ridden that SPY up, 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 up. Now, yes, you see what was happening here. If I had been in the SPY down here, and I'm riding it up, and then all of a sudden I'm seeing like 3 or 4 or 5, red bars, even though it hadn't turned orange until here, there's no question I'd be out probably most of my position, okay, if not all. I wouldn't not in a case like this, not necessarily wait for it to get all the way down here, but certainly had I mean, there'd be no question I'd be out of my trade here. It's visual, okay? It's not nothing is 100%, okay? But I just find for me personally, how I'm using it, it has worked out very well ever since I really gave it a chance. I mean, it's really that simple. Gave it a chance, and this is now several months. And when I say gave it a chance, I mean I've been trading a similar way for many many years, and this was new. All this was new. So, I guess instead of just dismissing it out of hand, I say, "Well, okay, let's give it a chance. Let's." And I sort of develop my own way of looking at it. I don't think there's not. No video that's going to tell you to do exactly what I just said, or I think it's a lot of little bit of feel. See, this is what I would not like. This now this is a true wave. I want the trend to be steadily in one direction. I wouldn't be buying. I would I buy DJT at 980? What is, about 980 that why 980? Just, out of curiosity. Basically, it's a lifetime low now, or is it oh, I'm sorry, is it down here? I guess there's a low right there of, 984, is that what you're talking about? The all-time low, okay. Well, I don't know, it's very tied into, I guess, crypto. So crypto, until crypto would start to move higher, I mean, there's a lot of crypto tied up in this, I think, what little I know of it. But right now, I mean, it's a complete downtrend. All right, guys, 1:52. So in 8 minutes, we'll get the FOMC. Yeah. So what did I say? That 80, yeah, 85, I thought I said, or 88. So that's where it opened. What I said, what Interactive Brokers said. I mean, when a stock is at an all-time low, there's usually a reason for it, and so you'd have to have a real reason to want to buy it. Some news coming in, or yeah, I'm not saying on an odd day you might get some bottom fishing, but unless there's some a news catalyst of some sort, if the stock's at an all-time low, you're relying on then a bunch of other people also thinking, okay, let's play a bounce. Maybe a late dayer, guys. I don't know. KROS would have to take out 17. It did show up here, but it has not moved. 1685. It really hasn't moved yet. That was at 112 Eastern time. Would have some room. The next high is 1766. So if it took out 17, it would have some room. Spread is not terrible right now. 5-cent spread. You probably meant SGBX, right, Obi, in your excitement? Unless SGRX is also moving, if there is a symbol. No, so you meant SGBX. All right, William, have a great time. You will be missed. Make sure you've got a tracking device in your phone. You said you're hiking in the mountains or something? Obi, I think you missed your calling. I'm not sure what the calling would have been, but you've missed it. You guys don't see all the little snippets that Obi posts just to me, just for my viewing pleasure. So here's a great example. See how that pierced it? I'm out of it completely. I mean, I'd love to still be in it, but see how that pierced it right there? So I'm in this down here at say 486, and I'm riding it, riding it, riding it, and then this happens. I'm definitely taking some off. See how it pierced it? and then it closed right there, and then it continued. So that's why I would, but I'm out of it just because, it is volatile. I mean, it's such a low float. So relative volume. So for instance, 25.29 right there, the relative volume for SGBX. That means it's trading 25 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. And it looks back, I can't remember anymore if it's 10 days, 14 days, 30 days, and takes whatever the average was up to this time of day, call it 2 o'clock. Okay. That's why you'll see some crazy relative volume numbers at the beginning of the day with stocks that haven't traded very much. And all of a sudden they've exploded, for millions of shares. You'll see, like 20,000 times normal. And then it'll start to settle down a bit. But still, this is so that's what the relative volume is. I mean, there is a true formula. I don't know what it is, but it is proprietary. So, but that's what it is, though. I mean, that's so. I mean, you see something like 25. I mean, and you can just sort of see. I mean, look at the volume. It'd probably be that number would have been a lot more had that volume not happened. All right, guys, 159. I'm going to put up a SPY chart and just for fun. Not very much. We're going to see. I doubt if we're going to see some fireworks, but I'll put up a 1 minute SPY chart. What time frame are you using, Teddy? I mean, that's the other thing. What time frame are you using? Because the wave on a 5 minute chart could look very much different on a 1 minute chart, or a 2 minute chart, or a 30 minute chart. All right, guys, we are now 2-1. Let's see what the reaction is, if any. Okay, a little down volume. Lots of volume came in. Okay, guys, so I'm getting set to pack it up or pack it in. I'm going to wait another couple of minutes to see what the direction is, the true direction. Though I'll always stay later if there are questions, but if there are no questions, I will certainly be taking off. Obi will keep the main room open till 3, he said today, and I will remember to keep my screen up, and I'll put the surfing on. Boy, look at TNXP now. Here's the alert, 1708 and 1677 now. I'm saying this is if I could pay way more attention to this is all I would do. Just take this sort of a watch list every day. Okay, guys, I don't think much more is going to happen here. So I think I'll just shut this down and start my wind up here. So again, always want to thank everybody for all the help all day long. Much I don't know what the notes were, Teddy, but no giant reaction. So much appreciated all the help all day long. The main room will be open at, about quarter to 7 Eastern Time tomorrow. Obi will open the room then. I'll open YouTube around 8:30, and I'll get on the mic for both of them at 9. And again, for those of you on YouTube right now, if you still want to go over to the main room where there's still action, you can, just click on my homepage link and scroll down a little bit, and here's the trading room. It's free also, okay? Here are the minutes. Let's see if there's anything, you're asking for the minutes? Well, it's in the body here. I don't know what happens when I open it. Yeah, so I'm not gonna read all this, but, what does it say? We're talking about, their market is expecting, whether it happens or not, expecting a 25 point drop sometime in December at their meeting. Okay, so there you go. If you want to read it, Teddy. Okay, if you want to read it, there it is. Actually, it'll happen on on Friday, Mike. I'll have the promo code on Friday. 25% off. Well, okay, 30% off a premium annual and 25% off everything else. So 30% off a premium annual, 25% off everything else. Should have the code on Friday. Okay, guys. So what I'm going to do now is going to end the stream in YouTube right now. So bye, YouTubers.